So the chairperson for the drought response strategy in the country under the water management pillar from Zambia.
Good morning. I'm Doshan Kadokera from the Department of Agricultural Planning Services in the Ministry of Agriculture from Malawi. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Natasha Mbengo. I work as a Chief Disaster Preparedness Officer in the Department of Disaster Management. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Geraldine Diergaard. I'm from the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Land Reform, Department of Water Affairs for Namibia.
Good morning, friends. I am Mark Sabota, Director and Professor at the National Drought Mitigation Center, University of Nebraska-Lincoln.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Francisco Jr. I'm Director in FUNSEMI as a Sierra Institute for Meteorology and Water Resources in Brazil. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Sanbonani. My name is Buyani Fagutse from the Inkomati and Maputo Watercourse Commission. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Gaise Dladla. I work for the Joint River Basin Authorities Project Board under the Ministry of Natural Resources, Eswatini. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nosizom Tupa from the Deputy Prime Minister's Office, Eswatini.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Annette Mtamanengwe, SADC Secretariat.
Good morning. My name is Nana Dlamini from the Disaster Risk Reduction Unit, SADC Secretariat.
Dumelambo Melebontate. Now I'm Reatile Elias, Chief Executive Disaster Management Authority. Mr. Masalela, your big sister kingdom, and all Eswatini citizens, we are here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Mhloni Penny Msibi and christened as Shingani, an activist of the cultural norms and values of the country from the regiments as a guest of NDMA Eswatini.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Nelly Swamkachwa, Disaster Risk Reduction Officer from Ezulwini Town Council.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Doug Mota from Kadesa, Botswana.
Good morning. My name is Pius Ngube Sanibonani. I'm from the SADC Secretariat, DRR unit.
Morning, everyone. My name is Zakele Dlamini from World Vision, responsible for DRR.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tamuka Magadzire. I'm representing UNDRR as a drought anticipatory action consultant. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Notando Kule. I come from the capital city of the kingdom, the Municipal Council of Mbaban, and I'm responsible for quality assurance and risk management.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Benedict Kamete. I also come from the City Council of Mbabane, looking after disaster management, Eswatini. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mlungisi Simelane. I'm coming from the Kingdom of Eswatini, Eswatini Water Services Corporation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mbongwa Mahlaba. I'm also from Eswatini. I work for the local water utility, Eswatini Water Services. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mcebisi Mkwanazi from University of Eswatini,
Department of Agriculture and Biosystems Engineering.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Lala from Ministry of Agriculture, looking at advisory and extension services.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Aiji Huang. I'm from the World Bank, Senior Water Specialist based in Washington, D.C., and I lead the Seawater Partnership and also World Bank operations in selected Africa countries in the East. Thanks.
Good day, colleagues. My name is Nalan Singh. I work on water resources and climate resilience with the World Bank team. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Wisdom Tumiseni Dlamini from the University of Eswatini, where I'm coordinating a Center for Climate Change and Sustainability Research. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Mtobisi Masilela from the Department of Geography, Environmental Science and Planning at the University of Eswatini. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sizwe Mabaso. I'm also with the University of Eswatini, Department of Geography, Environmental Science and Planning. Thank you.
Bon dia, bonjour, good morning, Sanbonani. My name is Spencer Thompson from the Department of Water Affairs in Eswatini, working as a hydrologist. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Musa Ngongwane. I am a meteorologist from the Eswatini Meteorological Service under the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bongmenzi Temba, also from the Department of Meteorology. I work as a climatologist.
Good morning. My name is Zamuhle Ndlangamandla from the Energy Department under the Ministry of Natural Resources and Energy, Eswatini.
Good morning. I'm Kasile Mhlanga from the Environment Authority. I represent the desk of the GFOFP.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kabile Matsabula. I am the Disaster Risk Reduction Programs Officer at NTMA.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Warabile Minki Muilwa. I am from the World Bank Group and Communications.
Thank you, Noktula.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Noktula Mchali from the National Disaster Management Agency, Eswatini. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Bavugile Dlamini from the National Disaster Management Agency in Eswatini, where I'm the Disaster Risk Regional Coordinator. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Unkemetsi Joseph. I work for the German Development Corporation based in Gaborone, Botswana. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Siboniso Mavuso. I'm with the National Disaster Management Agency in Eswatini.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Sibusiso Kininza. I am also with the National Disaster Management Agency for Eswatini.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sandile Shongwe from National Disaster Management Agency.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bonkem Tobogazi, also from the NTMA Eswatini. Thank you.
Sanbonani. Good morning, everyone. My name is Eric Sayama with the World Bank Group, working as a drought coordinator from Eswatini. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ulrich Apel. I'm with the Global Environment Facility, and I work at the Global Environment Facility Secretariat in Washington, D.C., and I coordinate our work on land degradation and drought.
Hi, my name is Ala Yunman. I also work at the Global Environment Facility in Washington, D.C., and I work on land degradation and drought issues at the GEF. Thank you.
Thank you. PLL, you can use the mic on in front of you, next to Noktula, and just.
Morning, colleagues. My name is Mpigele Mamba. I work for the National Disaster Management Agency in Eswatini.
Morning, colleagues. My name is Mpegile Masugu. I'm with the NDMA Eswatini.
Thank you very much. I think if there are other people you probably didn't see, you will assume that they are from Eswatini because we're in Eswatini. Thank you very much for the time. I think in case of an emergency, anything, if there is a fire alarm or anything, we will all walk out through those 2 doors and then take the right exit into the entrance or by the gate just for security reasons. So we'll all assembly there. Our assembly point, I think it's just in front of the reception area. Secondly, I think our washrooms, you turn to the right, mostly on the far corner. You pass through the glass door, they are on the other side. A third part will be to the fact that we are pretty much safe as the Kingdom of Eswatini. Most of the time, if you do the minimum protocol in terms of security briefs that you have, that you are used to, I think that will be fine. We are in a very much safe space or safe place as Zuluini. We don't anticipate any issues, but if by any means you want something that you want to grab, there is a small shopping complex over there. Just pass through the circle. During your tea break or your lunch, you can walk across to grab anything that you want on the other side, just in case. But we don't anticipate that there will be any problems when it comes to security. But you just do the basic minimum. I think in terms of conditions, we're expecting that we will have our warm conditions throughout. I think we will be looking into our Met updates on a regular basis. You can check online, but we're expecting this week to be pretty much cool and warm. We might be having some winds towards late in the afternoon or things like that, but we don't expect something out of the ordinary throughout this week. So we hope that you will enjoy your stay here in the Kingdom of Eswatini. Yes, we are in the middle of the capital and the city in Manzini, so for those that are staying in Mbabane, they will experience that a little bit. When you get into Mbabane, you may find that it is getting a little bit cooler in the evening, the afternoon than here. So it's a little bit warmer if you come down and up to the Manzini region. So, but the evenings are quite a little bit chilly, so you be aware about that. So always have your jacket around in case you are a night person, things like that. Other than that, I feel we need to get into the business of the day, and I would like to hand over to Ingomati Maputo, who is Mr. Buyan Fagutse, who is going to moderate our sessions from now and onwards, and then probably we will understand most of the details of the program thereafter. Thank you very much. Buyani, over to you, sir.
Good morning once again. Good morning. That's much better. You know, it's a disaster management event when the opening remarks give you an emergency brief. So it's a sign that disaster management is good at what they do. They told us what should happen in case of an emergency. They gave us a weather update. So it shows that these guys, so can you give them a round of applause for their role in putting this together? Thank you very much. So our first two speakers, Mr. Victor Mahlalela as well as Nathan, made mention of the 2015-2016 drought. It's fresh in the memory of most locals and most people. But for those of us who are much older, myself included, we remember that in the late 90s, there was another catastrophic event. There was an El Nino, 97, 98, if I'm not mistaken. And something remarkable happened when the region was counting the cost. There was so much loss, so much that was suffered across SADC. And the leaders and the member states of the Southern African Development Community then realized that they couldn't always react whenever there was a disaster. They could do better. They could plan, they could anticipate, and they could be better prepared. And after that, there was born one of the most remarkable interventions, which is the Southern African Regional Climate Outlook Forum, SACOF. And I see a lot of people who are there for that. It's so important because it helps in terms of preparedness. So whilst we are doing this bit of important work, I think it's vital to acknowledge what the region is doing collectively, because when you experience a drought, it doesn't respect political boundaries. It strikes and affects everybody equally, which is why it is important, and I feel honored that I've been asked to introduce the next speaker who will help us understand what brings us here. We've titled this part of the session, Setting the Scene. And I'm pleased to welcome on stage somebody from SADC, Ms. Nana Dlamini, an accomplished professional and researcher in this space who is going to help us better understand what brings us together here and what we hope to get out of this exercise. Ms. Dlamini, please.
Good morning. Guys. Good morning. Thank you. That sounds so much better. Thank you for the very, very kind introduction. It makes me feel a little shy when he's now saying I'm an accomplished professional and right over there is my lecturer, and I really did not do so well in his course. I'm sorry, because it's so good to be home. For those who don't know me, my name is Nana Dlamini, as already said, and I guess you can tell by the surname that I am from the Kingdom of Eswatini, but I work in the SADC Secretariat, and before I facilitate the first discussion, I would like to ride on the protocol that has been established already, but please do indulge me as I recognize all the representatives from SADC member states present in the House, as I recognize all the officials of the government of the Kingdom of Eswatini, the CEO of NDMA, representatives from the World Bank and other partners, representatives from academia, my colleagues from the SADC Secretariat, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Being the first speaker or presenter in SADC meetings, you normally have to thank the hosting government for the hospitality, and the hospitality is really delicious. It's good to be in the kingdom, isn't it? It's good to be in the kingdom. You'll see. You'll see. It's very, very nice things planned for the week. I think mine is not even going to be a very complicated presentation, just to remind us about the fact that drought has been a phenomenon that we've been dealing with in the region historically for as long as I've been an adult. And I've been an adult for a very long time. And yet it still remains a threat to economic, social, and environmental growth. And we've been responding to the drought for quite some time. I'd request colleagues, technical colleagues, to please scroll my presentation. And to say that I'll start with the definition as put forward by the UN Convention to Combat Desertification. As a naturally occurring phenomenon that exists when precipitation has been significantly below normal recorded levels, causing serious hydrological imbalances that adversely affect land resource production systems. And in terms of its classifications, we have meteorological, hydrological, agricultural, and socioeconomic. And also a little bit of reminder, just the region, as I think this is something that we all have an appreciation of, the fact that the SADC region has historically been prone to drought. It was a disaster of choice, so to speak. And whilst we can appreciate that lately we've seen an emergence and an increase in the frequency of occurrence of tropical cyclones, drought has always been that hazard that we knew that if and we are not affected this year, then definitely the following year it's going to be an issue. And as a region, we are highly dependent on rain-fed agriculture, and that specific dependency makes us even more vulnerable to drought. And then it becomes this vicious circle that sort of reinforces each other. We are dependent on drought for agriculture, and we are an agricultural region. When the drought doesn't happen, then we are unable to thrive socially, socioeconomically, environmentally, in all these other aspects, because when you consider how significant agriculture contributes to our economies as countries in the region, then it pushes people further into a state of vulnerability. And I think most of us, the drought events that are still very vivid in our minds are the ones of 2015-16 El Nino, 2018-19, as well as this recently past drought. And as I was indicating, the fact that there is this multiplier effect that aggravates all these other vulnerabilities in the various aspects of life. Because when you look at the economies of it, we depend on drought, on agriculture. So when drought happens, then the contribution of GDP to of agriculture to GDP is lessened. The livelihood at household level, because a number of people are hired in the agriculture sector, it means that also food security, not just food security, but access to other amenities as well, because if you derive your livelihood from agriculture and then your returns or your state of generating a livelihood is affected because there is a drought, then there is these knock-on consequences. And then when you also consider the loss in terms of biodiversity. Next slide, please. So I wanted us to also discuss this, just the complex nature of it. the paradoxical nature of it, and the fact that when you consider the fact that we are in a perpetual state of responding to polycrisis, in the sense that, take Madagascar, for example. No matter how many tropical cyclones the rest of the country might experience, the South will always be in a state of having a drought. And we have such set of circumstances in a number of our SADC member states. And so when you look at the climate vulnerability, and SADC region is one of those regions that has the most variable climate. And when you look at the fact that drought normally is classified as it is not a sudden onset. It's a slow crisis, but has the most severe and long-lasting impacts. When you look at this recently concluded regional disaster, which was the El Nino-induced drought, countries like Zambia declared a disaster because of the impact in their ability to generate electricity. I think as a region, for the longest time, we've even put systems in place, information management systems in place, such as the Vulnerability Assessment and Analysis Program, to look at the impact of weather and climates on food security, and not all these other sectors. And yet now we see just how significantly droughts affect other sectors, which is why for Zambia specifically, the declaration was really driven by that impact in terms of their ability to generate electricity. And when you look at, again, we've already discussed the fact that it is the biggest contributor to socio-economic and systemic vulnerability because of the dependence on rain-fed agriculture. And when you look at our efforts to respond to drought, these efforts have largely been within the agriculture space, for example, and not so much in other sectors. When you look at ministries of agriculture, almost every ministry in the SADC region has a unit that is specifically dedicated to early warning systems. And by that logic, you would think that at least there has been major advancement in our readiness to deal with drought from an agriculture point of view. When you look at the information management systems that have been set up to generate early warning information to inform preparedness and response within the agriculture sector alone, and yet when a drought happens and it is declared a disaster, we, as countries, we are very ready to develop humanitarian appeals to facilitate or to trigger external aid, or we declare within countries to facilitate the process of reallocation of resources within the national fiscus to prioritize the response within the agriculture and food security space. I think when it comes to anticipatory action, noting just how long as a region we've been dealing with drought, we should be far ahead, but we are really not. And even when you look at our uptake of anticipatory action programs, they are really still a at what is the English word when it's still being tested? Tamuka, what is that English word? What is it? We haven't embraced it as national programs. We're still sort of like testing, having a proof of concept, so to speak. We are still learning lessons. Even now, we are preparing an after-action review to look at the lessons that were generated as part of the response to the 23-24 El Nino-induced drought. There is a disconnect. There is a disconnect when you look at the institutional dispensation. Countries have specific budgetary allocations for agriculture, and within that, you would think that countries have made provisions for preparedness and response to drought, have made provisions for anticipatory actions that are specifically targeted to drought, knowing that since the 80s, this has been something that has been affecting us as a region. So I'm hoping that these 2 days, these are some of the discussions, these are some of the frank discussions that we are going to have to say, what is the disconnect? What is happening from a point of view of policy, strategy, institutional arrangements, and all of that value chain? How are we not advanced? And then when you look at the water sector, for example, we are recovering from a drought, and we know that it takes 2 years or so for the environment to sort of recover. And now, from this SAC of 31, the region is projected to have largely normal to above normal rainfall. But do we have any provisions to harvest or do something with the excess precipitation that we will receive in readiness of the drought that we are guaranteed is going to come in 2 years after this season or a year after this season? These are some of the conversations that our colleagues from the water sector will help us understand, to say, how are we? It feels like we are betraying ourselves, and it feels like we are happy to jump on developing response plans or humanitarian appeals when the impact hits. The next slide, please. And then when you look at the projections in terms of projected precipitation in the region, one of the biggest beef that I've always had with our Met colleagues and Dr. Tamuka, I'm always expressing how unhappy I am about the language of normal to above normal, because it feels like really we are saying it might happen, it might not, we don't know, we wait and we see. Like, how are we not still able to be more than probabilistic in our projections? But here is the projection to say that in terms of precipitation, the northern parts of the region, including DRC, southern Angola, southern Tanzania, are projected to have increased amounts of precipitation between 11 and 76. And this is, again, we present this information, but is this really information that we can do something with? Is it from the user sector point of view? This is the type of conversations that I think we also need to have, to say, when you are projecting that there will be an increase and you don't tell me when exactly that increase will be, just how much of an increase, and how then do we position ourselves correctly? I'm already starting to, I guess, I'm throwing a punch essentially, so that our colleagues from Med and Water will then help us. Because if we don't throw these punches, then we won't be able to have the conversation, right? These are some of the things that we've been asking, and maybe it's because we don't understand the science, which is why in turn as DRM professionals, we don't program or plan accordingly. If that's the case, maybe unpack the science to us a little bit more. Personally, I've been struggling with the science. I'm happy to raise my hand and say it with chest that maybe you need to hold our hands and tell us gentle to say, what do these things really mean? How do we turn it into information that we can really use? Next slide, please. Similar with the projection in terms of extreme rainfall in the region. I think we need to understand, for example, when forecasts are being made, we need to understand in terms of spatial distribution, time and space. When we are saying normal to above normal rainfall, can I have a better understanding of that distribution in time and space? But knowing that, for example, because of the cyclical nature of when we are having a drought in 2 years' time, the year after that, we're going to have maybe excess precipitation, and we know that drought phenomena are compounded by acute weather events like flash flooding and stuff like that. And much of the SADC region is expected to experience, again, an increase or decrease in extreme rainfall events, and this is only with the exception of DRC, Northern Angola, and Eastern Madagascar. So I think in our conversation, as we are becoming champions and as we are supposed to all speak with authority and understanding and therefore be effective in our programming and in our joint design of response, we need to, I suppose, be in a position to sing from the same hymn book and be singing effectively. You know, I don't know whether it happens every year, everywhere, but I know that growing up, you would hear these songs and you would sing along with chest, and you are just singing your own thing, ne? And you only realize as an adult that this song was never what I thought it was. But I was very confident in my singing along, and now it sort of feels like this is what we are also kind of doing when we are receiving the forecasts that we think we get it, but maybe the scientists are going to hold us by the hand and really help us to understand the words. And as we are having that conversation this week, then maybe we are going to have better anticipatory action programs, better contingency plans, and all of that. And my lecturer is here. Sir, this time around, I promise I will be listening, and I will be listening with the intention of learning and not passing. I promise. And I believe that maybe we have all been listening with the intention of passing and not necessarily learning. But these 2 days, we are pledging. We are coming with an open heart, open mind. We really want to understand. Next slide, please. I wanted to put this comparison just in terms of cost. On my left, on my immediate left, is the summary of the regional appeal that was launched during the 2015 drought, and the other one is a summary of the humanitarian appeal that was launched in 2024. When you look at the cost of response, and when you look at the number of people that were affected, in 2015, about 40 million people were affected by the drought. And when you consider the fact that in 2015, almost every SADC member state had declared a drought, but only 40 million people were affected, and the response was $2.7 billion US. When you look at 2024, 79.8 million people were affected, and only 7 member states had declared a drought. And the appeal was $6.5 billion US. It feels something has got to give, right? Something has got to give, and it's not that we did not see the drought coming. Both instances, member states saw it. Both instances, we knew that something has to give, but this is where we ended up in terms of we needed to mount a regional response, and it becomes a regional response when it is a regional problem. And from year to year, you find that one country or so are having a drought. For example, Botswana, they will be declaring a drought here, not a disaster as a result of the drought, which means that it becomes a national problem or national concern because it's still within their capacity to cope. But definitely when more than one SADC member state is affected, then it becomes a regional problem, which is why then we normally launch a humanitarian appeal and we augment the national efforts to mobilize resources for the response. But this situation is really not normal, and we need to have that conversation to say, how do we reduce our ability to rely on such appeals whenever we have emergencies such as a drought? When you consider the 2024 appeal, for example, we noted that only Madagascar, Malawi, Mozambique, Zambia, Zimbabwe have took insurance to support their response, and yet all the countries are vulnerable. And only those countries that I've mentioned received payouts from Africa Risk Capacity to support their response efforts. So again, these are some of these issues that we need to interrogate to say, how do we then also ensure that we have the right fiscal investment, we have the right programs that are supposed to support us when we have to deal with drought response in the respective SADC member states. And some of the limitations or the gaps, you find that there are weak institutional and financial capacity at national level and across the value chain, because we note that when we are looking at the drought phenomenon, it can't be looked at from one ministry, from the point of view of one ministry. So when we are speaking institutional capacity, we need to discuss the institutional capacity across all the relevant ministry and the ability to coordinate and speak to each other in the management of drought, because again, this is something that has to be seamlessly coordinated from Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Natural Resources, Ministry of those that are responsible for METS, disaster risk management, etc., because it does not just affect one institution. In terms of early warning systems, within the SADC region, we launched our own early warning for all initiatives because we noted that there is a disconnect between generation of early warning information and having that early warning information inform early action. And so even from the drought point of view, there is that weakness in terms of early warning systems, as well as having risk-informed financing. When we have our budgetary allocations, do we have these allocations informed by the potential disaster risks that we are faced with in any given year? And noting that most government cycles, financial cycles, are from April to March, except for a few in the region. And the tropical cyclone season is from September. By the time planning is starting or budgeting is starting for any government entity, we already have projections of how the season is going to be like. But do we ever take those into consideration when we are having budgetary allocations? And when we have our policies developed as well, for those that speaks to drought, you will find that there are water-specific policies that have not taken health into account, that have not taken agriculture into account, that have not taken disaster management into account. And that fragmentation is also really a hindrance when it comes to us making sure that we are robust and harmonized in our dealing with drought as a risk. And also, when you look at the management of transboundary risks, currently we are in the process of developing such instruments as a region, but we do not have instruments that facilitate the management of a transboundary risk. When you look from the forecasting point of view, every forecast is within the parameter or the boundaries of a country. And each country will focus and not look at what will happen to the neighbor and facilitate that bilateral conversation to say, we know that disaster risks are transboundary in nature, and what affects you is definitely going to affect me. When you consider Malawi, Zimbabwe, and Malawi, Zimbabwe, us, Eswatini, South Africa, whenever Mozambique sneezes, we are very traumatized already because we know that it's coming. But do we have transboundary risks? Do we have agreements in place for the management of transboundary risks? We have seen the rise in displacement of people as a result of weather and climate disasters, to the point that ministers responsible for disaster risk management, climate change, and immigration have directed the SADC region to come up with a program that is going to manage fragility, peace, and climate resilience, precisely because of the transboundary impact of weather and climate disasters. And some of the building blocks, as I conclude, we need to strengthen early warning systems and monitoring of these hazards. We need to harmonize risk monitoring. We need to harmonize detection and alerts, how we communicate and how we package the communication. There is a need to ensure that we co-produce. The relevant sectors participate in the packaging of be it an alert at national level or an advisory at regional level. And we need to really look at vulnerability and risk assessment frameworks. A lot of these vulnerability and risk assessment frameworks that we have a little old and need to be relooked at to make sure that they resonate with the needs presently. And in terms of drought preparedness and mitigation measures, we also need to have robust programs. We need to make sure that we have anticipatory action programs. And these are some of the directions or the directives that heads of state and government indicated when they were even launching the 2024 humanitarian appeal. Next slide. And I think this statement of saying we need to move from crisis response to proactive risk management is one that we have been saying for the longest time, but we really need to see that in action. And we need to ensure that we embed risk consideration or drought risk consideration into climate adaptation, agriculture, water, energy, and all other relevant policies. There is value addition in harmonizing anticipatory action, in ensuring that we are harmonizing the triggers for anticipatory action so that we know at which point to activate and what type of programs to activate as well. And we need to ensure that when we are doing our assessments and all of that, when it comes to information management, we harmonize our methodologies, our approaches, and our tools across the SADC region. These are some of the concluding statements. We need to have we have regional strategies and programs in place that that provide roadmaps and are a launch pad to in this embracing of multi-sectorial approaches. And we do need to really have these type of conversations, I think, regularly. And with the launch of these champions, we are hoping that at the end of this two-day conversation, there will be a roadmap to say, how do we then take this agenda forward as champions? Because we can't say we are going to have robust and engaging discussions today, but have no way of sustaining and making sure that the outputs of these deliberations inform programming, it inform decision-making, and they are taken up at the highest structures of decision-making at national level and at regional level. And from the point of view of disaster risk management, it would be good to say, after this, let us take up the outputs or the outcomes of the deliberations to the ministers responsible for disaster risk management. And we need our colleagues from climate change to do the same in their ministerial committees, colleagues from agriculture, colleagues from water, and all these relevant sectors, so that as we are advancing the agenda, we are advancing the same agenda and we are having the same political traction, so that it really results into sustained engagement. Thank you very much. I don't know whether I pause for questions or I'll respond to them from my seat. Is that okay? Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much for those remarks. I know she's modest, but you can see she's given us a lot to work with, right? Yeah, so we knew what we're doing having her on stage. And I think we would like to get some reactions. Let me start with the ones that got some punches from her, the ones from meteorology. How far are we from having a shift from the probabilistic approach to something that gives us more assurance? Because clearly everything starts and ends with that from a planning perspective. Can you get some comments on that? Or maybe examples of things that have been implemented in certain countries that can guide the meeting from that perspective? Anybody from the floor, you're free to just indicate and share your thoughts on that one. Okay, Dr. Tamuka.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Ms. Lamini, for that excellent presentation. So I had my name mentioned a couple of times, and I feel I'm a bit of the punching bag from the punches that were received. Just a bit of a background. I've done for the last couple of decades working in agrometeorology and looking also at forecasts, working with colleagues like from the SADC Climate Services Center, as well as some of the meteorologists from the different meteorological centers in the countries. So I'll just put in a short comment regarding the issue of seasonal forecasts, which have been one of the main guidance documents that are used by colleagues. I think many of the colleagues in the room here from the different national meteorological agencies do rely on those seasonal forecasts. And I think one of the feedback that we have received frequently is on the issue of why do we provide this information in terms of probabilities? Can we not provide something which is more concrete? I was privileged to attend the SACOF this last week, actually, in Zambia, and I had the honor to give a presentation there. And my opening statement was one that was shared with me by colleagues who basically operationalize these forecasts. And they said, you know, when our principals speak to us, at one point, one principal said, don't tell me about these probabilities. Just tell me, are we going to have a drought or are we going to have floods? Unfortunately, the state of the atmosphere is what they refer to as chaotic. I don't know if you have heard of the butterfly effect, whereby, you know, the idea behind that being there's so much change that happens in the atmosphere. Just a butterfly flapping its wings is going to have a knockdown effect several weeks to months later, which would not have been there if it hadn't done that. So how climate scientists try and package this information in a way that will be useful to decision makers is to give a range of outcomes that might be more or less likely based on analysis that they've done. And I think as the disaster risk managers in this room, or people working with disaster risk, we know that risks, by their very nature, incorporate uncertainty. It's not just uncertainty in terms of climate, but it can be uncertainty in terms of prices, trade. There are many different issues that can affect the risk. And so what we've been promoting is to have a more robust risk analysis mechanism which allows you to quantify the risks that are coming in from the different, in the case of climate, different probabilities to whether you have drought is more likely or less likely. And so there are different actions that we can take, and I think this is where also the anticipatory action comes in. Because regardless of whether you have a drought expected or not, there are certain anticipatory actions that we call no regrets, which you can take in anticipation of a potential risk for drought, which allow you to prepare in the sense that even if the drought does not occur, you have still built resilience for future drought events, which will definitely occur at one point or another. So I think that's the response that I would make, that it does take a little bit of additional analysis, and perhaps we need capacity building in the issue of how do we interpret risk and incorporate risk into our contingency planning. Actuarials are famous for this. The insurance that Nana referred to from the Africa risk capacity, they look at the different risks of, and then they see how they can actually balance your premium against what you'll get as a payout. So perhaps the need to incorporate statistical analysis as well as actuarial, if it comes to that, within the issue of managing risk, I think is something that we need to consider. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tamuka. I think we're moving forward with some of the guidance we're getting from some of our experts in the room. So just to summarize briefly, I would say maybe from the Met side, we have some guidance. But Ms. Nana also touched on some of the issues affecting member states, which is a slow uptake of anticipatory actions. She touched on the need for some improvement or additional support of the Met. She also spoke about the important aspect of money, because there are some massive funding gaps, which plan we may, but without the finance, we won't move forward. She spoke about the limitations in terms of a coordinated approach. I think we'd like to talk more about that. Are the different member states starting to plan and work in coordinated efforts or not? If not, why is that? If there are some success stories, we would love to have those shared. And I think the other part that is important is to start embedding our planning into or consideration of drought into our climate policies, our agriculture policies, and other regional efforts to move us forward and make sure that we move together as a region. Thank you so much once again to our speaker from the Southern African Development Community, and thank you to the contributions from the floor. I'm being reminded of the time and our program. What will happen right now is that we are going to have a short break, but before we separate to our different corners during the break, we are being asked to have a group photo. I'm not sure where our media team would like us to do that, but we've been asked to have a group photo. All of us first are here and looking good. And then we'll have a short break, and then we'll come back for a panel discussion after the break. Thank you so much. All right, I'm told we'll have to exit the room just to the steps next to the entrance. That's where we'll have the group.
are taking long.
Oh, 11.
Oh, mina ngishona malanga. Hayi but yeah, 6 is okay.
Yeka. Sengifundelwa i-Riot Act.
Hawu.
PX. Nakuthiwa ngento imvisa ya-PS. Ngithi mina ngiyenta ngani ngayo. Manje ngalo kuthi wena awuyi. Ngalokhu awuyi. Then uthi ngisho ukuthi isicelo sewufuna uzothola la kimi.
But ke musuhamba nebani yini
Besamshini amojela. Ilaptop
lapha manje kuhlelisisi la. Apoyenda lapha.
Funakela ngaphandle manje funa kusita lo. Angayinekenta nani.
Hayi umshini wakho le.
Nahlala ngaphandle ngithi.
Aphathi nje uhlabaro, ngiphathi nje ambo wenda.
Ndekahle. Manje ngathi thina.
Ambo wenda kusiyadzinga vena.
All right, everybody, we're going to get started in 2 minutes. So if you're on the next panel or in the next session, please come up and start to make your way to the stage. Okay, welcome back from the break. I think we gained a little bit of time back. We started 30 minutes late, and now we're just 20 minutes behind. So we'll keep getting time back as we go. Once again, my name's Nate Engel. I didn't actually formally introduce myself. I'm a senior water resources management specialist with the World Bank. I'm based in Washington, D.C., but I tell my friends and colleagues here, I consider Eswatini my second home because I've been here probably a dozen times over the last 7 years. So it's really a pleasure to be back in the kingdom. It always feels familiar and feels great to be here. So we're going to hear the story today, right now, a little bit more on what journey the country has taken on drought resilience. So we have guests and colleagues up here from across Eswatini that are representing different sectors of society, some from the government, some from civil society and academia. So you'll get a sense of what's happening, a sense of the investments that are being made here in Eswatini. So I want you all to pay attention, but also think about, for those coming from other countries and the drought champions, think about what's being invested in your country for drought resilience, because after they speak for a couple minutes, we will turn to you to share your examples of what's going on around the region to build drought resilience. We really want to learn and collect these ideas and these lessons from all of you too. But first, again, we'll do this one by one. I'll introduce you and then speak. But really quickly, just want to say again, it's really nice to be here. And I'm really looking forward to you hearing the story of what's happening here in Eswatini. So first, we have, I think we're going to start, I joked with her because in my country we always say ladies first. So we will go with my colleague Nabule Matsubula, who is the project coordinator for our Eswatini Water Supply and Sanitation Access Project with the Eswatini Water Services Corporation. So Nabule, I would like you to please share some reflections on what's happening with EWSC.
Okay, thank you, Nathan. Good afternoon, colleagues. Okay, as the EWSC, primarily what we've been involved in, as Nathan has mentioned, that I am the coordinator, project coordinator for the Eswatini Water Access and Sanitation, what is ASAP project. So under the project, we have been involved in infrastructure construction as the EWSC. We have integrated, so our project is integrating 2 water supply systems located in different towns, located 75 kilometers from each other. So we have, that whole area has been without a, I would say, bulk pipeline, water supply, bulk pipeline in that whole area. So they've been heavily reliant on groundwater. And through this project, we've been able to, at the end, we'll be able to connect the 2 systems. We'll be able to reach much more communities that are affected by drought, since that area is, during the drought event, it is more susceptible to loss in water. What we also have in the project, we've also been able to increase water storage. We have reservoirs. This is all our projects. As EWSC, we do construct a pipeline and then also increase storage by having storage reservoirs at the strategic positions. And then also under the ASAP, particularly this one is a great one, we've been able to initial design just to strengthen the resilience. We have been able to design the infrastructure to have reverse flow, so we can move water from one system, so one point to the other, and then we can actually supply it from the other end, going back to so if I have Hlangano all the way to Lavomisa, then Lavomisa all the way to Hlangano. So it has a reverse flow. So that is one of the initiatives, so that if one area is stricken by or by drought, we are able to supply the other area. Then we also have, under the project, we do have a solar plant, just to reduce the reliance on the electricity as our pumping costs are on the higher side. And then one last thing that we were able to accomplish under the project, we do have an operations and maintenance manual for the water treatment plants that will be supplying the entire project in Hlangano, where it does state how you would actually manage your pumping or your operations as there is a drought event that is taking place, as the water levels in the rivers are reducing. How would you then operate? Whether you start rationing the water, whether you can even go to the extent of stopping the pumping, of which would not be ideal in terms of water supply. But that is how the project has contributed towards drought resilience. Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you, Nabule. That was excellent. So now I'm going to turn to Benedict Gamedze, who is with the city of Mbabane, and he's going to talk about what's going on in Mbabane, the capital city, for those guests who are not from Eswatini. Specifically, I think, talking about the drought preparedness plans and some other initiatives that are underway there.
Thank you, Nathan. Good morning, colleagues. It's a pleasure for me to sit here in front of you discussing this very important issue. Probably 10 years before now, we would not be here, or we would have been dragged to come here, simply because matters relating to drought were none of our core business. We were not worried, especially in Mbabane. Mbabane is really, we were more worried about flooding than droughts until 2015-16. That was the wake-up call. Our disaster management plans just mentioned droughts because it's a country phenomenon, or country event that occurs every now and then. But now, the 2015-16 drought gave us a wake-up call, and we've really focused attention to how we manage drought systems, among other threats that the city faces. Actually, Mbabane is unique in the way most times in Swaziland they don't have a end-to-end kind of service providing mechanism. For instance, we are not directly involved in water supply. Eswatini Water Services does that. We are not. We also not in charge of managing water resources. So what we then invoked was I'm reminded of SDG 17, that we rely more on partnerships because we don't have the necessary capacities ourselves. So our drought management plan from inception was focusing on building up those partnerships, those mechanisms through which we can effectively manage situations of drought and responses, preparedness and responses. So Eswatini Water Services Corporation, they really came through even in 2015-16, Eswatini Water Resources. We formed a formidable partnership such that we are really confident that drought is not a devastating threat anymore. We were better prepared. And also the plan emphasizes residents' preparedness, and that is each citizen. And I must kind of avoid mentioning this. We want Mbabane. We are moving towards Mbabane being a smart city. Now, being a smart city means it centers around the individual in all spheres of life. So people are now prepared that they should have, their own private reservoirs or tanks, water tanks, so that in the event of a drought, they are able to fall back on those supplies. The biggest emphasis, though, is the shopping centers. That's where people, congregate. The public facilities such as schools. Again, those partnerships were very important. That the Ministry of Education worked with us to make sure that there are alternative water supplies in schools, such that when the drought strikes, we don't have crisis in water supply and sanitation. You may overlook sanitation, but when a drought comes, the sanitation becomes a very, very key component in your livelihood. Moving forward, I think what we need to do is intensify, strengthen those partnerships, have our citizens being smart. Smart living is very important. They should have a 360 management of their livelihoods. Yeah, I think I can stop there, Nathan.
Benedict, thank you so much, and really you could pass it to Spencer. I love that you emphasize the importance of partnerships. So colleagues around the table here from the Drought Champions, it'd be really great to hear when we get into the discussion if you've got good examples of partnerships that you're forming, especially in the preparation of preparedness plans at any level. We're talking here about a municipality, but they're important at all levels of jurisdiction, as you know, for drought preparedness and in all sectors. So speaking of sectors, we're going to go to water resources, where we have Spencer Green Thompson from the Department of Water Affairs to speak about some of the efforts and initiatives they've been working on.
Thank you so much, Mr. Engel. My name is Spencer Green Thompson, hydrologist in the Department of Water Affairs. So the work that the Department of Water Affairs does in the country is to follow the National Water Act. And in this Water Act gives the bodies, we have a National Water Authority that is supported by 5 river basin authorities in terms of water allocation, demand control, water development, and other. And mostly in terms of the recent droughts that we had in 2015, 2016, was now a move to activate the development of additional water sources in the country. We had completed a feasibility dam study, more or less in the south, and that was a Temba Dam. But to support the water shortages in Baban and surrounding areas was now the move to look at 3 options of water supply. And in so doing, we looked at increasing the dam wall of Lupotla Dam, which is just a dam behind these mountains here. The second option was to build a new dam called Nonvo Dam. And the last option was to then increase Hawane Dam, which is a dam which is currently supplying the Mbabane as well as the Ngwenya area. So what has transpired from there is that we more or less completed the feasibility studies for the 2 options, which is Nonvo Dam as well as Hawane Dam. But obviously that also draws about a matter of finances on how to basically then build that infrastructure. So in working with the African Development Bank and other partnerships, we are in that process to conclude it going forth. But in light of the drought and preparedness is also a move for the Department of Water Affairs to enhance its monitoring systems. This includes putting in near real-time data loggers in prioritized gauge stations in the country, in all the 5 basins. We had a project which was supported by the Italian government in collaboration with the Department of Meteorology, early warning systems, where we established 8 near real-time sites in the country. And the emphasis was to collaborate with the Meteorological Office in terms of getting rainfall data or weather data to then support actions on the ground based on the river flows and other. We also do work with, or have worked with, the Joint River Basin Authority as well to also establish these near real-time systems as a means to give an early notification in terms of the changes in the trend in terms of river flow. But holistically, the work that we do as a department is then supported by the National Water Authority, but specifically we look at basin per basin, look at historical trends, we look at the current use and demand. As you do know or may not know, the domestic water supply in the country is prioritized. So if there is an incident of drought, unfortunately the other sectors, agriculture, industry, would be the first ones to be restricted for water supply. But also just to support EWSC in terms of the water supply and sanitation access project, is now a move to develop a master plan for WASH. And in so doing, we are looking at a timeline of 2030, 2040 as medium term, and long term 2050 to continue looking at alternative sources of water, putting in the actions in place to enhance capacity in terms of infrastructure, storages, as well as improving water quality for the country, just to support the initiative for drought resilience. But we also do continue to work partnerships, NDMA, water stakeholders and alike, to have that frequent or periodic upgrade, not as upgrade, but periodic sharing of information in terms of the status of the river flows, dam capacities, and how we can contain the demand, the growth in demand and water use for the country. Thank you.
Spencer, again, the importance of partnerships, and just to carry on for 1 second, a little bit more on the WASH master plan, I think is really important to emphasize the fact that I think it's pretty unique in its rigorous analysis from a climate change perspective. It is incorporated, as I understand it, many different scenarios of future growth, of climate change projections, and so on, to try to come up with what is the most robust strategy for investing in the future of drought resilience and climate resilience for the water supply and hygiene and sanitation priorities in the country. So which are those that are going to best position the country to meet their Sustainable Development Goal 6 over the coming decades? So it's a very exciting endeavor. So now I'm going to actually ask you to pass the mic to Sizwe. Oh, you got it already? Great. So we have Sizwe Mubaso, who is with the University of Eswatini, or UNESWA, and he is going to talk about the work in partnership with NDMA they've been embarking upon to really lay the foundation of a monitoring and early warning system. What you'll hear him talk about the CDIE, and I'll implore him to explain what that is. I've tried to convince everybody to actually simplify it to the Eswatini Drought Monitor, which I hope is the way that it's going to be called moving forward. But we'll hear more about it tomorrow, but he's going to give you a quick preview of it now.
Good morning, all. Thank you, Nathan. As Nathan has said, I think I will be very brief because we'll expand more on the system tomorrow. So CDI is the Composite Drought Index, which again is a drought monitoring system that we are currently developing for Eswatini. We just basically to complement what everyone has said here, we've been tasked with taking a system that was developed by the University of Nebraska to just try bring it to the Eswatini context, in that it was developed elsewhere, probably where the conditions are not the same as here. So our task has been to ensure that we first validated using historic meteorological data. And another component that was key in this system is that once it's been validated, we noted that our meteorological stations across the country were not adequate for a country that is highly heterogeneous. So the situation is that even though Eswatini is really small in size, but it's a very, very heterogeneous environment. If you look at a square kilometer area, for example, there's so much land uses within such an area. And that also reflects even in the trends, even in the meteorological data that comes through. So for purposes of moving from just a monthly based validated product, drought product, we are now working towards trying to ensure that it will be near real time, in that we are setting up support stations, meteorological stations across each constituency in the country, just to ensure that there is more ground data that's going to come through. But also, we are also in the process of setting up what we would call champions in these communities, just indigenous people with indigenous knowledge, who will also be bringing in information just to ensure that we validate over these constituencies, because we noted that if we look at it just using the satellite-based approach only, there is too much generalization, and some of the dynamics that are supposed to be reflected are hidden in such a scale. And if I would make an example, what we are hoping for is that we move from just a monitoring-based system to ensuring that ultimately, since it's going to be near real time, we can even start maybe projecting and doing some predictions using the model. Importantly, once the Center of Excellence that the nation will be launching has been set up, we hope that we can build on what we've done through this system to ensure that we move from just focusing only on droughts, but to focus to other aspects of disaster as well. I think I'll end there, Nathan. Thank you.
That was a very nice preview. Thank you. I just want to emphasize what I think is one of the more innovative and unique aspects of the drought monitor and early warning system here in Eswatini is that it will have it'll have a really robust validation process that is not only including government partners, but it also has this citizen science aspect to it, and also incorporating indigenous knowledge, where I think this is a pretty unique feature compared to other places in the world. So we'll hear more about that tomorrow. I'm really excited to dive deeper into that. So now I'm going to turn to Buyani, who you've met before as a moderator, to provide some reflections from the transboundary perspective.
Right, thank you, Nate. Good morning once again. Maybe just to give a bit of a background on the organization I represent, the Inkomati and Maputo Water Course Commission is a transboundary river basin organization. So what that means is that it looks at river basins that are shared by different countries. So in this case, this would be the Inkomati River as well as the Maputo River. So for those who are from around here, you might be curious about which one of your rivers is the Maputo, but it's what you call the Usutu River in Eswatini. It's what they call the Pongola in South Africa, and it joins other river basins like the Ngwembisi. What else? I don't remember the others right now, but together they become one river when they get into the Indian Ocean, and they become the Maputo River. Same thing with the Ingomati. There are other rivers like the Crocodile, the Sabi, Mlumati, all of them join and form one river, which is the Ingomati River. Now, as you can see, these rivers originate from the highlands in the Republic of South Africa, on the margin of the Mpumalanga province, and then they flow east. They get into Eswatini, some of them go straight into Mozambique. And SADC realized as far back as the year 2000 that it would be more effective for countries who share rivers to manage them in partnership. So we are, I would say, the most recent outcome of that protocol, because our office was formed in 2021. So all the three governments, from the Department of Water and Sanitation in South Africa, the Department of Water in Eswatini, as well as Mozambique, they have an equal say in this office. And one of the key issues is that there are agreements in place in terms of the water allocated to each country. So at each border crossing, when the river crosses into another territory, there's a gauging station, and there's an agreement on what is expected to flow into the next country downstream. So you can imagine what would happen now when we have droughts. I'll give a recent example. As recently as last year, usually the rainy season starts in October, but they were delayed. There was a delayed onset of those rains. They started like maybe December, and there was panic already that dam levels were falling, and we were starting to think of assembling an emergency meeting now to revise those allocations because we couldn't meet those requirements. So this is where our office comes in handy to provide a platform for such discussions so that we can react accordingly as and when we are faced with such situations. But in terms of being better prepared, we have something called the Disaster Management System and Protocol. So what happens there is that we had to define what drought, or disaster rather, what disaster is from our context. So for us, it would be a drought, it would be a flood, it would be an incident of accidental pollution. So those three are the ones that preoccupy us, and we now have a team that brings together different stakeholders, including NDMA. They sit on that panel. We have others from meteorology, they sit on that panel, from all the countries, by the way. So that multi-stakeholder collaboration is already in place from an INMACOM perspective. And we've actually been involved in the development of the DRRA because we also realized that it would strengthen our reaction because now we have the ability to bring together people from different countries. We have been thinking of, on top of the University of Eswatini, we've proposed that we can bring other universities in the region to also add a voice and help us with better preparation. We are also training hydrologists in terms of how they can model and simulate better through different platforms like HEC, like WRSM. These are efforts that we're doing to try and react, practically to the threat that is faced by the region. But I think for us, the key thing is just bringing together different member states on the same platform, and I think we're starting to see the fruits of that collaboration.
Thank you, Bhuwani. You had a couple of acronyms in there that I think it's important to define one of them. You haven't heard of the Drought Risk and Resilience Assessment yet. You'll hear about it momentarily, but he gave a nice preview. So a little teaser for what we're going to talk about a little bit later, the DRRA. So thank you for sharing your perspectives. Last but not least, we have Sibuniso Mavuso from the National Disaster Management Agency to take it home and talk about some of the other things. You're involved with a lot of what colleagues have already talked about, but what are some of the other issues and activities and investments that NDMA is making in a drought-resilient future here?
Okay. Thank you, Nate. Good morning, colleagues. Maybe then just to bring in the other initiatives that the country is embarked on, which the other colleagues has also mentioned. It's very clear that as a Eswatini, we are truly shifting from the reactive drought management approach to one that will be which look at preparedness, which look at enhancing resilience, and then looking at a long-term adaptation and sustainability. So maybe to add some of the interventions that the country has done is to try to strengthen the risk knowledge and understanding, which I think everyone in DRR know. It's a pillar in the Sendai framework where Eswatini has tried to map most of the hazards, mapping the hazards, the exposure and the vulnerability, which was not only focused on drought, but then it also covered flooding, it also covered some storms and other hazards. By so doing, we want to be proactive, knowing where to send early warning, knowing the interventions that will be targeted to say 10 communities. This was not only just the risk profile, but also we develop a web-based platform where it's a data sharing platform with multiple layers of vulnerability, of exposure, where which then could be also our communities will have access to, where there will be some risk atlas there. This will help in terms of geotagging our early warning, where we will be able to know exactly where to send which particular early warning, and that also is a milestone on its own for the country. We want to make sure that our interventions are evidence-based, they are targeted to that community, and then this allow us to be able to share the resources, because at times you normally find that we will just have some resources going to places where maybe they are not that much necessarily needed. But with this risk understanding, now it will be able to target our response, and then and that will also inform our decision making. Maybe to add on other thing, Eswatini has also established a policy, a drought policy, and an institutional framework. This mainly is to move away from the maybe I can say from the ad hoc response to the drought, but now shift to a more coordinated way, which is also multi-sectoral, which then also helps to define roles for the different institutions that normally take part during a drought response, which then also promote the sustainable use of our water resources. This on its own just help just to guide us in terms of also when we're developing our early warning and monitoring systems, to be able to target them where really there will be necessary. So one other thing maybe I can add, which one of the colleagues touched on, was to strengthen the monitoring and early warning systems in terms of investing in more modern equipment, which will then assist the country in the real-time monitoring of the hazard, especially the water causes, and also the MET system, the meteorological system. So we have tried as a country to invest in real-time instruments, which will then assist in monitoring drought. As we know that drought is not a sudden onset, which then should, as a country, we should be able maybe to prepare better, not be reactive as we are normally doing. But then with this dynamic shift, we believe that as Eswatini will be indeed put as a center of excellence in trying to monitor, predict, prepare, and also be resilient to the drought hazard. Thank you, Ned.
Thank you, Siboniso. I want to highlight one thing I think you kind of glossed over really quickly that I think it's important for people to hear. They're in the process of passing a national drought policy. It's pretty rare to have a consolidated national drought policy. And in fact, just to pull the room here from the other SADC countries, how many of your countries have a national drought policy yet? And I honestly don't know the answer. There may be a few. Are there any? No? Yes, this is Comoros? No. Madagascar, yes. Okay. So that's a really important step. It's not the only step, but it's an important step. And interestingly, in Eswatini, it's coming at the tail end of a lot of these other improvements and reforms, because they knew what was coming together. They knew where the bottlenecks were, trying to do a lot of this investment for a resilient future for droughts. And I think it's helped to articulate a more coherent policy. So I think it's going to be really important. So let's give our panel a round of applause. And don't feel like you're getting up. I'm going to ask you to stay here in case there's some discussion where questions get put back to you. So we only have about 20 more minutes for some for some discussion. What I'd like to do is hear from the drought champions from the other countries, sharing, you don't all have to speak, but share a couple of examples. You've heard various different things about drought investments. We want to talk about action and getting to, the nitty-gritty on investments. This could be about infrastructure. It can be about information systems. It can be about institutions and policies, and however it is that you're actually putting resources and money to invest in drought. Please raise your hands and share. And when you do speak, please say who you are and where you're from.
Good morning once again. Good morning once again. My name is Veronica Bare. I'm from the Department of Civil Protection in Zimbabwe. Thank you all for thank you all to the panelists for this very informative discussion and presentation on the great interventions that are being done in Eswatini. I just want to share one of our best practices in Zimbabwe, mainly in the area of anticipatory action, where the government has accelerated interventions in the establishment of village business units, which is an approach under the Presidential Rural Development Program, which entails establishment of solarized boreholes. It's a facility that has solarized boreholes and nutritional gardens. It's a way of strengthening resilience and livelihoods in preparing our communities for to be able to withstand the impacts of droughts. So we saw that even during our response to the El Nino drought, our communities were able to strengthen their livelihoods, and also interventions within these village business units were meant to also address livestock needs, where we also have provision of deep tanks and water for livestock. So I believe that anticipatory action is one of the measures that we can take as a region and be able to adopt to strengthen our preparedness and resilience during times of during preparedness to respond and mitigate the impacts of droughts and disasters. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much for sharing that example. I think that there was another hand over here. Was there? Not yet? Okay. Well, we'll come back to you. Yes, please.
Oui, merci pour la parole. Donc, je m'excuse pour mon intervention en français. Est-ce que notre équipe de Eswatini ne peut pas avoir le casque, parce que je pense que eux aussi peut attendre mon partage d'expérience. Tout ce qui est en haut. Le panéliste. Yes, le panéliste. Vous pouvez m'entendre?
I don't know if we have other mics that can be provided for our panelists, but if not, I can summarize what you say. I can summarize for you. Yeah.
Ok, d'accord. Oui, je vais vous partager d'une manière générale notre expérience par rapport à la gestion des risques et des catastrophes, et après je vais entrer en détail par rapport à la sécheresse. Donc, oui. Ok. On attend. On va continuer, oui. Donc, chez nous, on a mis en place des structures pour la gestion des risques et des catastrophes à travers des textes pour bien coordonner et mettre en synergie toutes les activités concernant la gestion des risques et des catastrophes. Donc, il y a deux niveaux de structure. Il y a la structure stratégique où il y a le Conseil national de gestion des risques et des catastrophes dirigé par monsieur le Premier ministre. Et au niveau de la stratégie, au niveau stratégique aussi, il y a la cellule de prévention et d'appui à la gestion des urgences où je travaille actuellement. Et il y a aussi la plateforme nationale pour la réduction des risques et des catastrophes. Donc c'est ça au niveau stratégique. Et au niveau opérationnel, il y a le Bureau national de gestion des risques et des catastrophes et le comité de réflexion des intervenants en cas de catastrophe. Donc le niveau opérationnel, c'est rattaché au ministère de l'Intérieur et le niveau stratégique, c'est rattaché à la primature. Donc tout cela, on a toutes les interventions concernées par ces deux structures sont cadrées par un texte et cadrées aussi à travers un document de cadrage national, la stratégie nationale en gestion des risques et des catastrophes et la politique nationale en gestion des risques et des catastrophes. Donc tout ce qui est des interventions se font référence à ces deux structures et aux documents de cadrage ainsi qu'aux différents textes. Concernant spécifiquement à la sécheresse, nous travaillons par une approche multisectorielle, donc plusieurs secteurs sont concernés par les interventions, que ce soit les cyclones, les inondations, la sécheresse. Donc on adopte l'approche multisectorielle. À chaque fois, il y a des interventions, donc les secteurs spécifiques connaissent déjà leur rôle suivant la phase de la gestion des risques de catastrophe, que ce soit la prévention, la préparation, l'urgence, le relèvement précoce et le redressement. Donc il y a déjà les secteurs connaissent déjà qui fait quoi, quand, où. À chaque fois, il y a des événements, même avant la survenue d'une catastrophe, pendant la catastrophe et après la catastrophe. Chaque année aussi, nous avons mettre à jour notre plan de contingence, que ce soit cyclone ou sécheresse, parce que nous adoptons aussi l'approche multi-aléa. Donc, chaque année, on a mettre à jour notre plan de contingence multi-aléa. Et concernant la sécheresse, nous avons déjà mis en œuvre l'initiative internationale sur l'Early Warning for All. Et nous avons aussi notre système d'alerte précoce qui est déjà mis en place, et il y a la stratégie de communication sur ce système d'alerte précoce concernant la sécheresse. Donc, chez nous, c'est la partie sud de Madagascar qui est vraiment touchée par la sécheresse. Donc, tout ce qui est fort axé sur la sécheresse seront axés dans le sud. Et le mécanisme d'assurance African Risk Capacity aussi nous a aidé pour anticiper la survenue de la sécheresse, parce que le logiciel qu'on a utilisé dans le cadre du mécanisme de l'assurance African Risk Capacity nous permet de suivre tous les décades, l'évolution de la situation dans la partie sud de Madagascar qui est vraiment affectée par la sécheresse. Donc, en conclusion, nous avons déjà une structure et un mécanisme permettant de coordonner les actions et mettre en synergie toutes les interventions en cas de la sécheresse. Mais il nous reste encore quelques gaps, surtout sur la mise en œuvre et la mise en application des différents documents qui sont déjà développés. Merci.
Thank you so much. So I think that you summarized very well at the end. So I think hopefully you've gathered it, but what he was talking about in the beginning was this really clear, articulated framework and policy that has helped to organize the different sectors and the different parts of government into a structure that is very clear. And that's where a national drought policy and legislative framework is really important. And then you heard of the various other things shared. So those are a lot of really good examples coming from Madagascar. Thank you. Who else? We have some time. Yes, please.
All right, thanks so much. I think just to share a brief from Malawi, our initiatives are a bit similar to what colleagues from Madagascar are championing. The first one being the insurance part, the sovereign insurance, whereby as much as we have to look into the drought, we have to be more proactive rather than being reactive always. So the insurance, the sovereign insurance has helped a lot in terms of how do we minimize the impacts of such droughts to the local communities by ensuring that we respond to the immediate needs at the earliest possible time before these households can end up depleting their productive assets. So that has been one of the key issues that we have been trying to champion. Apart from that, we do understand that the reliance on the rain-fed agriculture remains a problem, and we have embarked on expanding these irrigable land to ensure that we complement what rain-fed production brings on board. And in so doing, at least we are able, of course we know the climatic shocks will still be there, but I think it has also helped in terms of complementing what rain-fed production can bring on that. And the last one is the climate-smart agriculture. The climate-smart agriculture comes in whereby we're trying to promote the drought-tolerant varieties, those short maturing varieties, but also conservation agriculture, whereby we are minimizing the tillage, and in so doing, we're able to utilize the limited moisture that is there. And we have noted how areas or the fields of the farmers who have been affected by where there is a dry spell, and these farmers are using conservation agriculture, and the others who are not using it, the difference whether it's a short dry spell can bring in it, and those ones are able to survive within that period. So I think those have been some of the key best practices that we can reference in terms of protecting the households from drought. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. Those are really great examples and different than what we've heard so far, and bringing in the agriculture and farmer perspective as well. I'd like to hear one or two more at least. So let's go to Seho.
Yeah. Good afternoon once again, colleagues. My name is Songfatso Musate from Botswana. As I have already introduced myself, I work for Department of Water and Sanitation. So I'll just share a bit of existing efforts within the country that we are trying or they are existing yet towards building resilience around the issue of drought, building drought resilience. We had a World Bank funded project under the Botswana Emergency Water Security and Efficiency Project that had started around, sometimes after the 2015-2016 droughts that the region had experienced. And then under the bigger project, there were about 3 main objectives or the main pillars that the loan was covering, which include water supply, improvement of water supply in drought vulnerable areas. And then this pillar, it was mainly focusing in settlements that have suffered long periods of rationing and that had to rely on emergency water supplies, that is through browsing. And then there is the second pillar, was the increase efficiency of water utilities cooperation, essentially making the service delivery more reliable, responsive and resilient, and then strengthening wastewater management in selected systems. It involves reimbursement, treatments, sludge handling, and possibly reuse and reclamation of treated wastewater to protect water quality and augment water supply where possible. So under these three pillars, there were other key or specific components, and I'll speak mainly on from the water sector side, because that's where yeah, so under one of the specific components was to do institutional strengthening, policy, legal framework, and planning studies and technical assistance, including capacity building. So as mentioned earlier in the welcome remarks and introduction by Nate, Botswana was also part of the cohort group that had the opportunity to be trained by the University of Nebraska under the assistance of the Global Fund. And through that initiative, we managed to develop the very first Botswana's drought monitor prototype, which was CD-based. And then from that initiative, as the department, the water sector, we noticed that first of all, the system was not, the monitor was not institutionalized, and then secondly, it was not speaking directly to the water sector in terms of ensuring that we are well prepared, and then we are able to monitor and ensure preparedness in executing the relevant response measures. So with that, and then we decided to do the Botswana water resource, to focus now on the water sector, and then develop the Botswana water resource drought preparedness and management plan towards early warning system. So the main objective of the projects was to develop the drought preparedness and management plan for the water sector, and then improve and further develop what we did with the University of Nebraska, which was CD-based, to now include indices that were directly speaking to the water sector, because our interest is to ensure that the department, as water resource managers, they are better prepared in terms of availing water resources even during critical times, like in the 2015-2016 drought periods. And then also establish a water resource drought management center. So I'll just highlight the key indices that were introduced on the CDI, and I guess we'll have an opportunity also to interact tomorrow to explain further. So from the initial indices that we used, we introduced the water supply index, the standardized reservoir supply index, the water stress index, and then the groundwater anomaly, and the SPEI. Yeah. So this system basically is just to help the department to monitor the drought onset and its progression, and then trigger necessary response measures and interventions. Thank you.
Thank you, Seho. Another acronym I thought was going to be clarified, but it hasn't been yet. The CDI is a composite drought index, or a combined drought index or indicator. Hear more about it tomorrow, but I think in Botswana there's some innovation happening around making more hydrological variables as inputs into that, which is pretty unique. We have time for one more of our drought champions, please. I think I saw a hand up here. And then someone else's hand was up right here. Yeah, and then we're gonna spend a couple minutes to go to everybody else to see if there are any other reflections from the rest of the room, and or questions to our panel, or reflections on what the drought champions have already talked about.
Boa tarde, vou falar em português. I will speak in Portuguese. Could you please... Vou partilhar a experiência de Moçambique no que diz respeito à mitigação dos efeitos de seca. Na verdade, nós temos duas iniciativas principais. A primeira é o Estado moçambicano contratou seguro paramétrico. É paramétrico porque olha para diferentes parâmetros. Nós temos o parâmetro de precipitação para seca, mas também temos outros parâmetros, que é o parâmetro vento para ciclones, e está sendo desenvolvido o modelo que vai olhar para o parâmetro de escoamentos para cheias. Mas olhando para a questão da seca, que é o objeto desta Assembleia, nós, em Moçambique, dividimos o país em 4 zonas agroecológicas, porque constatamos que as regiões, em termos de vulnerabilidade de seca, elas são diferentes, porque elas têm tido diferentes índices de precipitação, de um lado, e também existem outras condições naturais que impactam ou que contribuem para a definição de seca. Foi para cada uma dessas zonas agroecológicas foi identificado um limiar no qual, quando se registra uma precipitação abaixo desse limiar, é acionado o seguro. E a entidade que faz a cobertura de seguros é a ARC, African Risk Capacity, uma instituição da União Africana para ajuda aos Estados-membros desta União para estas questões. Então, esta é a primeira iniciativa. A outra iniciativa está ligada às ações antecipadas. Existe um programa instalado para ações antecipadas à seca. Existe um mecanismo que vai fazendo a monitoria da seca e também faz a previsão de seca. Quando se confirma a previsão de seca, então é desencadeado um mecanismo de assistência antecipada às comunidades que vão ser afetadas pela essa seca. Diversas atividades estão plasmadas, como assistências em insumos alimentares, insumos de produção, incluindo também reabilitação de infraestruturas hidráulicas, como caso de sistemas de captação e abastecimento de água e pequenos sistemas de irrigação. Então, de uma forma geral, é isto que tínhamos a partilhar com este fórum. Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigado. No, thank you. Those are, again, the lessons about the actions that are taken and moving from early warning to action and triggering actions is really important element of a drought-resilient country. So thank you for sharing those examples. I want to ask other colleagues if they want to come in and ask questions or share some examples, or anyone can pose questions here to the panel. Please just raise your hand. Arti? And introduce yourself, please, because you haven't introduced yourself yet.
Thanks, Nate. My name is Arti Bele. I'm a senior disaster risk management specialist. I'm the team lead for the regional program for climate resilience operation, the second operation in the series of operations. My question to the panel, but also to the group at large, is to understand a little bit. I mean, we're definitely talking about how to strengthen the regulatory aspects, how to strengthen the monitoring, and there's obviously going to be discussions on how that leads to action. But I was wondering about the experience from the recent drought, which hit a number of countries, including Malawi, quite badly. And food grain purchase was a big issue. The question was, it's not just about purchasing inside the country, it's also looking at the regional, because the whole region was affected. So from a drought monitoring and perspective, forecasting, because one knows, right, this is not like a sudden surprise with drought, how can one not just affect the water and agriculture sectors, but also sort of involve the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning to start thinking of things like importation of key goods, setting maybe advance contracts at different levels, sort of, your negotiated contingent contracts, which don't have to be triggered unless there are certain events. So things like that, how can we go beyond just looking at our sectors, but thinking of how that affects the broader economy? Thank you.
Great, thanks, Artia. Let's hold that, and I'll take one or two more, and then we'll ask anyone who wants to come in with that. Yes, please.
My question is about the...
Can you please introduce yourself again? Thank you.
I'm Olitina from Madagascar.
Thank you.
And I want to, if you can, I wonder if you can elaborate more about Nexus drought and sanitations that the panelist was talking about. Can you give more examples? How really you deal with framework, actions, and partnerships that we can learn and scale up at national levels? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that's going to be for you, Spencer. So just a heads up. One more? Yes, in the back.
My name is Unkemetsi Joseph. I work for GIZ Botswana. My question really is, and I'll come back to the background to that. It's the appreciation of in this how far in terms of representation and working together from sectors, not only at government level, but also at practitioners level, your farmers from all other sectors. And I'm asking this because we from the GIZ are working with partners and also with the SADC Secretariat partners in promoting a concept we call Heading for Health. This is a concept that looks at how we can sustainably, look at sustainable land management within the agricultural sector. How can we best, facilitate coordinated movements of livestock and so forth. But what we realized was this concept was very much tested when drought hit, because the practitioners within the sectors tend to have a very short patience immediately, because for them they're managing their estate. For them, they've already have tested coping strategies that they have been relying on for years. And the moment they start to read the atmosphere and say, well, is this the first rains or not? They're already triggering their individual coping strategies. And by the time you trigger, probably from the government side or otherwise, they've already, if they're selling, they're already selling their cattle. If they're moving, they're already moving. And by that time, then you lose that coordinated approach that you wanted to facilitate. So that means in terms of building the blocks and the approaches, it's important to inculcate this, because already they'll make sure you understand these coping strategies that they're practicing and how they become part and central of the whole approach. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. I think, I'm not sure if there's a specific person to ask the question to, but I think it's highlighting the importance of incorporating vulnerability and impacts and understanding who is and how the different sectors of the community and the society are responding during a drought, to have that through partnerships, through coordinated engagement when you're doing your drought preparedness plans and so on, to understand that and make sure it's accounted for is absolutely critical. So if anyone wants to reflect on that here, please do. But we had two other questions where we have, I think, Spencer, the question to you about partnerships and drought related specifically, I think, to sanitation was the question. And then we have RT's question, if anyone wants to speak up and answer it, about Treasury, national ministries of finance or economic planning and development equivalents that are engaged in this. For example, I think RT has some ideas with some prearranged contracts for getting food into the right places beforehand, so you're not reacting and scrambling during the crisis. Spencer, would you like to go first?
Oh, yes, thank you, Nathan. Maybe I'll touch a bit on the finance part, but my focus will be on the WASH. From ministry, and I think the whole of government, we do kind of engage or have sectoral officers from the Ministry of Finance to come and assist us in terms of the program, but also just to motivate when it comes to budgeting of the different interventions that are necessary. So, as well as the Minister of Economic Planning, who is the one that coordinates the cooperation of funding, international funding, and even local funding. From a water perspective, we have representatives from that ministry in the National Water Authority. So any intervention that we bring about related to water management, disaster reduction and other, at least you do have that representation, and then they go back to their different ministries, and then we have kind of like a holistic approach of how we go forth with the different interventions and how they would support that. Then maybe getting into the WASH issue, we do note we have programs every year in terms of developing water schemes. So you have a difference, you have a range between macro schemes, which is a larger schemes where you have maybe on average about 100 to 500 households sharing one reservoir. And then you've got the micro schemes, which are now the lesser schemes in terms of the water distribution. So we have those programs ongoing, but also focus when you develop these WASH schemes or water schemes. There's always an emphasis on doing an assessment, doing an economic assessment. You do some form of training to sensitize the people on the ground, but also what is key is the ownership. That if you do present or do develop a water scheme for a specific area or boundary, there's the issue of hygiene, there's the issue of water supply, then the issue of the waste disposal and other. So we've seen advancement in terms of how water gets to the people, either from a surface water source or from a groundwater source. But focus has also been on the waste management aspect. We are trying to push as much as we can in terms of having systems that are safe, that are also climate smart, and also focusing on the distribution, waste distribution sense that you do not necessarily want to waste management back into the river network or groundwater aquifer, where then you still come and take that same water and give for domestic purposes. So you have to have an approach in terms of that. How we also push to have these projects in place is you do have your partnerships. We do have a WASH board or committee where you've got a range of different partnerships between World Vision. You've got UNICEF assisting us. You've got the Department of Water Affairs. You've got Ministry of Health working and coordinating and identifying areas of where you can establish all these water schemes, and the issue of development and other. But I think what is also important when you have these water schemes develop is the financial aspect alike, because within the water sector, with this water sphere, is the SDG Goal 6. And we are trying as much to push so that we have an access and a coverage of water to assist in terms of a water supply. We do work with water services, who now looks at the urban component, but from the government side, we are focusing on the rural part, but also assisting in terms of the urban component of water supply for the country. Maybe I can end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Spencer. So we probably should wrap up. I wish we could keep going, but we're near the end of this session. It's supposed to end now, but I have a concluding very brief presentation I'm going to show to frame for the next, after the lunch break. I wish we could keep going. Please continue these conversations in the breaks, and we'll be able to do so in the breakout sessions in the afternoon as well. So again, I'm going to thank the panel. Thank you for your participation, and you can now exit the stage. Thank you. Thank you so much. So someone could cue the next slide, please. We're talking over the last couple of hours about what you've all been doing over the last decade or so since that triggering event of the 2015-2016 drought. Other droughts have come and gone, and there have been a lot of activities and actions in this region to really build drought resilience. I'm going to tell you a slightly similar story that's happening over the last decade at the global level. Let's call it the international drought community, the people who are, working on this, which you're part of, but things like this are happening all over the world. And there's really been this shift that's occurring that I think is well represented here by the interventions you've all had to move, as Nana said, from reactive to proactive. It's now kind of ingrained into our psyches, and it's moving from the bottom of this figure to the top. So going from crisis management and reactive, in this case, drought risk management, to more proactive approaches. Next slide, please. What I call the international community has coalesced around, and many people in this room have contributed to this kind of consensus around this idea that there's three pillars of integrated drought risk management or proactive risk management, anchored in a drought monitor and early warning information system, having vulnerability and risk and impact assessment, and then mitigation, preparedness, and response. I think that's pretty well agreed upon. But I would say what you don't see systematically happening is moving from the planning and adopting this kind of framework to actually a lot of concrete action and investments. So a lot of countries are stuck moving from putting this and operationalizing this into action. So next slide, please. That's why we realize that, with being inspired by the work that's being done here in the region, what the good lessons that we've seen happening around the globe, there is probably a need for thinking about this in a more structured way. How can we take what Eswatini and the others have done over the course of the last 7 years and work with countries to do this on a much expedited timeline in a more structured format? And that's where this idea that we heard mentioned in the previous panel on a drought risk resilience assessment comes in. So we're gonna talk a little bit about this and brainstorm a little bit more in the breakout sessions, but essentially what we did was nothing new. We took the frameworks like the three pillars, other things that are going on in our institution, in other organizations, tools, methods, frameworks, and tried to bring them all together and say, hey, look, governments, partners, and so on are looking for how do you get to the real meat of things? How do you actually move and see, prioritized investments on the ground? So what we decided to do was structure it in a way that can bring about more dialogue across sectors, bringing in important voices that are relevant, that are often left out of the conversation, and to do it in a way that can identify that series of investments that needs to come. So it's, I mean, you can, if you want to at some point, the QR code will link you to the full report, but we're going to unpack it today and just give you a little flavor and do a mini training on what this is to see if it has relevance and might resonate for you all, because we have a lot of work to do still. I think everyone said there's still a lot of work to do despite, you know, all the progress that has been made. So just unpacking this structure a little bit, and we're not going to go into too much detail, so I don't want to overwhelm you, but I just want to say this methodology does go through in a systematic way 4 blocks: scoping and coordinating and capacity, understanding what are the capacities of the government, what are the capacities of different partners engaged in drought risk management in the country, where are their gaps, where are their needs in terms of data, resources, information, and so on. We'll get in a little bit to this, actually, some scoping in your own countries later in the afternoon as a preview. And then the real heart of the assessment comes in with block 2, with assessing risk. And risk is unpacked into current and future hazard. So how do you monitor drought and forecast drought? What is the current and recent drought impacts? So what are the sectors, to the point of a colleague from GIZ in Botswana, what are the sectors of the economy that are most, and society that are most impacted, and what are those vulnerability and risk chains? How do you measure and assess vulnerability? We point to different tools, most actually not produced by the World Bank, produced by many of you out there that are doing this on the ground. And then what are then getting into the vulnerabilities too. And then the third block is evaluating what the current status of resilience is in the country. What are you doing with respect to response? What preparedness measures and mitigation measures are already in place? And then finally, the 4th block is really where I think a lot of us are stuck. How do you take all of those potential investments that you might be considering and prioritize them? What are the tools for doing that? Are there facilitative methods, multi-criteria analysis, cost-benefit analysis? How do you actually use those tools to help prioritize the investments that you have with a limited budget? Next slide, please. And then I'm almost wrapping up. When I say measures, what are the measures you're investing in? These are the investments you guys have been talking about. These are the things we've just discussed. But what we try to do with the drought risk and resilience assessment methodology is bucket them so you can help think about them in a more structured way. So there are the enabling measures. This is the policies, the sectoral frameworks some colleagues mentioned, for example, in Madagascar. Planning measures, the contingency planning, which was also mentioned. Infrastructure measures, this is both the traditional gray infrastructure, but also nature-based solutions, green infrastructure. And then how do you manage and control it? This is water management, groundwater management, and so on. And then also the response measures, those prearranged mechanisms or social safety nets that are ready there, the risk financing, and so on. Next, please. Oh, sorry. I thought I was on that slide. Next, please. Thank you. And you could unpack this, but we're not going to unpack it because you've already talked about at least half of these on here. But there are specific actions to invest in that you can take for building drought resilience. And we know that because we see it happening, and there are lessons, many lessons to learn from. And that's what we're going to be talking about in the next session. Next slide, please. This is just a graphic that illustrates that kind of crisis response to needing to shift to more proactive action, where the water's there until it isn't, and then it's crisis and panic. Next, please. And we're not saying that this drought risk and resilience assessment is the end-all, cure-all. We see it as a mechanism for helping to actually move to more proactive risk management and operationalize it. And then last but not least, we're going to be discussing this in the context of your own countries in the session after lunch, so in about 50 minutes. But if you can, use the QR code here. About 5 years ago, actually 6 years ago now, we had an initiative that was also funded by the Cooperation in International Waters in Africa that sought to lay the analytical underpinnings for understanding what the drought resilience situation is in all 16 SADC member states. So there's a drought resilience profile that was developed for every country that follows the similar framework that I just put up, that gives an initial scoping for your country. It's going to be wrong, I'll tell you that right now, because 6 years is a lot of time to have passed. These were published in 2019. But it's a starting point for building from as you intervene in the next session. So look at it. There's an interactive story map and a PDF you can download. But give it a quick glance so you can kind of get a sense of what it says, and it might trigger some interesting ideas for the discussion. So I think we bought back another 10 minutes, so we're now only 10 minutes behind, maybe 12. I think we should reconvene. We'll give you an extra 5 minutes, so we'll reconvene at 1:35 after lunch. But I don't know if there are any announcements from my colleagues at the World Bank or NDMA that we need to make now, other than where lunch will be held. Are they coming back into here to eat? Do we know? Colleagues? Are we eating in lunch in here? They'll tell you outside. So no one is actually giving me any updates here. So thank you again. I want to give you guys all a round of applause for engaging in interesting discussion this morning. Looking forward to the breakouts in the afternoon. Thank you very much, everybody. Bon appetit. We have information on lunch. So it's going to be served downstairs. We'll direct you out to my left, I guess your right, and it's going to be downstairs over here in the dining area. I think you can leave your stuff. Yeah, we're coming back to this room. If you obviously want to feel more secure about bringing your things, you can. But this room will stay in afterwards. I think we're starting. Yeah, we'll start in this room and then we'll do breakouts in the other rooms. Thank you. Can you stand by the door? Yeah, and everybody will get a coupon for the lunch. We'll be giving them at the door when you exit. It's a green coupon. Bale, can you hold it up? Looks like this. So you want to stand by the door? Thank you.
Can you hear me? In the room?
Yeah, I can hear you from the speaker. Do you hear me?
Can you hear me in the room?
Yeah, I can hear you from the room. Do you hear me?
I can't hear you.
Huh?
I can't hear you.
Okay, let me check something.
Let me just see. Wait, let me listen into the room flow. Let me see. Listening in original. Are the mics muted?
No, they are not muted. The mics are on.
I don't know if it's, maybe it's the headset. Keep speaking. Speak again. Are you speaking?
I wanted to give you another headset. Do you hear me?
Okay, yeah, it was the headset.
Oh, okay.
Keep speaking.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Can you
Okay,
hear
speak
me?
it a bit. Can you make it a bit louder on the aux or the one that's feeding the virtual?
Okay.
Maybe use the roving so that, use the roving so I can hear you while you're adjusting.
One, two.
Yeah, I can hear
You
you.
can hear me? Okay, sure.
No, actually, the sound is fine. We'll just adjust it as we go. I
Oh,
just want to
okay.
check now that the Portuguese is on. So can you maybe go to the booth? I want to see if the booth gets...
Sorry?
I want to see if the interpreters are working. So can you go to the booth?
Okay, let me go to Portuguese.
Okay, I'm going to listen in English. I'm listening in English now. Are you speaking? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yeah, but can you hear me? I'm speaking on English. I'm listening on English. I'm going to Portuguese now. Can you hear me in Portuguese? Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Can you go to French, please? Yeah. Okay, I'm on French. Can you hear me? Okay, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, I'm going to English. Are you speaking on English? Okay, I can hear you in English. Sharp.
Let's go eat.